our all other breeds class. We'll make that first call, and we have 5 minutes. We'll be getting started at 8:07. So first call for the AOB class to the RSG holding ring.
The first North American Livestock Exposition was held in November 1974 in Louisville at the Kentucky Exposition Center. It began as a beef show for 5 breeds with Harold Workman as general manager, a post he would hold for nearly 4 decades. The National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest held The first North American Livestock Exposition was held in November 1974 in Louisville at the Kentucky Exposition Center. It began as a beef show for 5 breeds with Harold Workman as general manager, a post he would hold for nearly 4 decades. The National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest, held at the legendary International Livestock Exposition in Chicago since the early 1900s, found a new home at the NAILE. From the start, the North American was steeped in tradition, from the now ubiquitous green shavings to a logo that communicated confidence that what began as a beef show would continue to grow and expand to a global reach. The North American seemed destined to inherit the legacies of Chicago, and before long, it was renamed the North American International Livestock Exposition. And the show did grow, with the sheep division coming along in 1975, and dairy, swine, and quarter-horse shows following soon after. The National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest moved to Louisville in 1976, and the North American's early success with all these events right out of the gate led to the honor of being chosen as the new home of the prestigious Saddle and Sirloin Club Portrait Gallery. More than 300 painted portraits of the livestock industry's most revered leaders moved from Chicago to the Kentucky Expo Center in '77. Each year since, during the North American, another honoree is added to this Hall of Fame. The North American Championship Rodeo was launched in 1979 as the finals for the Great Lakes Circuit. Today, the Expo is the longest-serving host venue for the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association. In the 1980s, draft horse and dairy goat shows were added, and in the 90s, llamas and alpacas found their place in the spotlight. Boar goats and mules and donkeys joined in the fun in the 2000s, bringing the North American to a total of 10 divisions. The continued growth has been possible because the Kentucky Exposition Center has expanded as a world-class facility. The North American's educational reach has extended beyond youth livestock showing and judging contests to coveted internships, school tours, and a children's barnyard. And the commercial exhibits have grown into the ever-popular country store. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition, we honor the visionary leaders, dedicated staff and volunteers, and exhibitors who raised the best of the best to bring them to the world's largest all-breed, purebred livestock show. Hold on to your hats. The best is yet to come.
RSG holding ring. We're going to get those lined up and get them in the ring and get them started. That is a small class, so we will also be making the first call for that Class 2 Dorpers weighing 98 pounds to 145 pounds. Second call for all other breeds to the RSG holding ring. We'll make that final call. If you're not in the holding ring and you have an all other breeds, you need to be hurrying yourself to the holding ring. We are bringing in Class 1, all other breeds, and we'll get our 50th annual North American International Livestock Exposition Market Lamb Show underway. We are going to make the second call for Dorper market lambs weighing 98 pounds to 145 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Dorper market lambs weighing 98 to 145 pounds to the holding ring. I have had 2 driver's licenses turned in to the announcer's stand. I have a Madison Travis and a Brandy Rhodes. If you are here, you need to come up and claim your driver's license. Going to make that final call for Class 2 Dorper Market Lambs. All Dorper Market Lambs need to be in the holding ring at this time.
Good morning here. Really a nice way to start off the show here this morning in Louisville with our AOB class. And we got a pair of them here that worked themselves to the top of this particular class fairly easily for me. And with that said, one that I think handles this class himself, one that's tall-shouldered. He's very good in his lines. Really gives you that silhouette that you like from the side when you're wanting to make competitive show weathers. And you get your hands on this guy, and he definitely don't disappoint. He's got a big old square loin in him. He's big rumped. Just a really, really good place for me to start off the class. young man here in second, this is probably the power sheep in the class. He's really shapely in terms of his stifle shape from the side. He's got a ton of mass and muscle. He don't have near the touch and handle of what that class winner does. He's not as tall-shouldered, gets a little bit deeper and plainer there through his front end, but another really nice place to fall into second. As we come in here into third, fourth, and fifth, we got three sheep that we've got a little bit of give and take here in this particular class. The one that's third is the one that's probably the next in terms of being tall-shouldered, being trim handling. If you get your hands on this guy, his condition's ideal for today. Just doesn't have the overall power to compete with them at the top of the class. Our fourth place one, a very eye-appealing one from the side. You like how tall-shouldered, how level designed this one is. This one gets a little bit flatter in terms of his rack shape, a little bit flatter in terms of his rib shape. If we can crack him open and give him a little more width and dimension, I think he can work his way on up there into that top pair. As we get here into fifth, we got one that's just carrying a little excess condition compared to them ahead of him today. But a really nice way to finish out this first class of market lambs. Let's put our hands together for these 5 exhibitors.
At this time, we're bringing in our Class 2 Dorper Market Lambs. Class 2 Dorper Market Lambs. The results of our AOB class. 5th goes to Madeline Crouch. 4th goes to Kelly Kolnick. 3rd goes to Maya Karik. Our reserve champion is Jake Jordan from Shirley, Indiana. And our champion in our all other breeds division goes to Lindsay Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. We're now showing Class 2 Dorper Market Lambs. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please listen in and indulge me on this today. There are many reasons that we're here at the North American today, but one of them, and one of the most important, are the veterans that serve us here in the United States. If you would, let's show our appreciation for all the veterans on Veterans Day, and let's give them a big round of applause. We're going to make that first call for Class 3 Dorset Market Lambs weighing 102 to 148 pounds. First call, Dorset Market Lambs to the RSG Holding Arena. Dorset Market Lambs weighing 102 to 148 pounds. For those exhibitors that will be finished with their market lambs today, we do have a buyer at the dock. They are paying $1.60 a pound. They are located outside of the E16 overhead door by the C4 pillar on the dock. So if you are done with your lambs today and wish to sell them, they are paying $1.60 and they're located at the loading dock. If you would, let's put our hands together for the young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring.
really nice class of Dorpers here, and it's always interesting at the beginning of the day trying to get the scales and the classifying figured out, and maybe lost a few on that end of the game that maybe could have come out here and played towards the top end of this class, but that's nothing taken away from these top end out here. And with that said, I think the one that starts this class does so rather handily in terms of just balancing up and putting the most good together. This one from the side, you like his silhouette that he gives you. He's tall-shouldered, he's level-made, he's got a big old stifle shape in him. When you get up on top of this one is the most cracked open of the top five. He's got a big old square back in him, a big loin, a big hip, and you study him when he's coming at you. He's the biggest forearmed and the widest chested one as well. Really nice place to start. The most expressive muscled, most shapely, hardest handling one here falls into second. This one's got an unbelievable touch. He's got an enormous stifle shape to him. He just doesn't possess the overall width and dimension that our class winner has. Wants to get just a notch rounder out of his hip when we set him in motion, but a really nice, muscular, good handling one there in the second. The one here in third is probably the one that patterns our class winner, the most similar one that there's not really a big hole in this sheep. He balances good, he's level made. He don't have just the overall pizzazz to get up there to the top of the class. Don't have that wow factor. He's just really solid everywhere, but nothing that just pushes him to that next level. Good wide made, square built sheep to fall into third. As we get in here into fourth and fifth, we got a pair of them that are a little bit bigger, a little more mature in their type and kind. Ones that aren't as neat up through their shoulder and chest floor as them ahead of them. Get a little bit plainer in terms of their handle. Maybe a little bit flatter in terms of their forerib, but a pair of them that I think is very, very similar there that fall into fourth and fifth. As we move on down the line, the one on the far end in sixth probably has as much true muscle shape and expression as any in the class. We just got to get that one in a little bigger, neater looking package. And we move on down the line, we start running into some that maybe carrying a little too much excess condition, just a little plainer in terms of their body look. But let's put our hands together for a very outstanding set of Dorper sheep here today.
We are now entering class number 3, Dorset Weathers, weighing 102 to 148 pounds. Our results of our class 2 Dorper Weathers. 10th goes to Riley Smith. 9th, Sydney Wilson. 8th, Hannah Hamry. 7th, Blake Burns. 6th, Kylie Land. 5th, Mason Hager. 4th, Kylie Burns. 3rd, Brandon White. Our reserve champion goes also to Brandon White from Burleson, Texas. And our champion goes to Mallory Snyder, Fort Lamoille, Ohio. We're now showing Class 3 Dorset Weathers. First call for class number 4, Dorset Weathers, weighing 149 to 175 pounds. First call to the RSG holding ring, class 4, Dorset Weathers, 149 to 175 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, if your family is not available to be here or you have somebody that is interested in watching the Market Lamb show today, you can watch all the shows that are here at the North American on showbarnflix.com. showbarnflix.com. Ladies and gentlemen, as we dismiss the young people along the rail, if you would, please show them your appreciation, and let's give them a big round of applause. Going to make that second call for Class 4, Dorset Weathers, weighing 149 to 175 pounds. Second call, Dorset Weathers, Class 4, 149 to 175 pounds. Hannah, would you come to the announcer's table? Last call for class number 4, Dorset Weathers, weighing 149 to 175 pounds. Final call for class 4, Dorset Weathers, 149 to 175 pounds. We are still missing lambs from Class 4 Dorset Weathers. We will not hold up the show for you if you do not show up at the holding ring. We are making a final call for Class 4 Dorset Weathers, 149 to 175 pounds. We need you in the RSG holding ring at this time. Final call, Dorset Weathers, 149 to 175 pounds to the holding ring.
Really an outstanding way to start off this Dorset division, and really this has been the first class that we've had here today that we've had some true decisions to make amongst this top end, and I think these top three are really close, and I think they're really good, and there's minute differences that separate them and where you place your preferences and where you're going to end up sticking them here in this order. And I'll do my best to try and describe to you what I see in these three. My class winner, this one propped up is as shallow and neat made through its rib and center body as any of these top three. You get up on top of him, he overwhelms the other two in terms of just true width and dimension down his back. He's big racked, he's big loined, he is the biggest pinned one of the top three. When you watch him come and go, he is wide-based underneath. The one area that this one catches me, when we set him in motion, I'd like for his his old neck just to come out just a notch different out of the top of that shoulder. But that's a really, really good one here to start off this class. Young ladies weather here in second. This one is probably the soundest structured one of the three. This one gets out and goes with ease. His flex to that hind leg is ideal. This one's got an enormous rack shape in him. You get your hands on him, and his old rack feels like a black face. You get back in there, I'd like to maybe make him tie just the nickel better there at his hip loin. He's level made, he's good ribbed. He's maybe at a little different in terms of his maturity pattern than these other two in the top three. But this one is a sound made, big backed one that's built very, very good and handles good to fall into second. The one here in third, just in terms of the way this one props up on the side, probably resembles my class winner the most. This one is shallow chested, he's tall shouldered. This one's got a big old shape to his stifle. You get your hands on him, this one is the most closed up out of his upper hip. He's the flattest in terms of his rack shape. If we could change them two little things, I mean, this one handles trim, he's hard, he's athletic. This one's really, really good one to fall into third. As we get into fourth here, one that's a little more meat and potatoes type sheep. This one is muscular. He gets out and goes good. When we set him in motion, he may have a little bit more shoulder point than what we deem ideal. Maybe like to clean up his hide just a notch, but just in terms of sheer muscle and power and build, this one falls into the fourth place fairly easy for me. The one here in fifth is maybe one of the most unique ones in the class. This one, you get behind this one, he's got a big old caboose on him. I'd be real interested to kind of see what the genetic makeup of this sheep is, because I think one like this can bring a lot of value to this breed in terms of how busted apart he is from behind, how much width, how much mass, and how much volume he brings there. And yet still, when you look at him from the side, he's not bad up there through his chest and front end. He's opened up in his rib. He just gets a little bit plainer in terms of his look, a little bit plainer in terms of his handle to compete with them at the top of the class. As we move on down the line, we got one here in sixth that I really like the handle on. Good built sheep. Just needs to be taller fronted when we set him in motion. As we move on down the line, some of these that just get a little bit plainer in terms of their build and makeup, but outstanding way to start off our Dorset division. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
We're now showing Class 4 Dorset Weathers, 149 to 175 pounds. Our results of Class 3, 10th goes to Addison Winger, 9th, J.C. Johnson, 8th, Grady Callahan, 7th, Sophia Michael, 6th, Sophia Young, 5th, Colton Burns, 4th, Maddox Thompson, 3rd, Whitney Williams, our 2nd, Kaylee Hill, and 1st goes to Katie Hoffman, Bonfield, Illinois. We're now showing Class 4, Dorset Weathers, weighing 149 to 175 pounds. At the conclusion of Class 4, we will show for our champion and reserve champion, Dorset Weather. At the conclusion of this class, we do need those two first and seconds, Katie Hoffman and Kaylee Hill, ringside and ready at the conclusion of this class. Going to make that first call for Hampshire Weathers Class 5. First call for Hampshire Weathers Class 5, weighing 96 to 134 pounds, to the RSG holding ring. We will pick our champion and reserve Dorset at the conclusion of Class 4 Dorsets. We will need those two first and seconds from Class 3 ringside and ready at the conclusion of Class 4. If you would, as we dismiss the young people on the rail, show your appreciation for another great class of Dorset Weathers. Dorset exhibitors, our first and second from Class 3, we do need you to come to the holding ring. We will be entering those lambs for our champion drive through the holding ring. So we need our champion in reserve in the RSG holding ring from Class 3. We need that first and second from Class 3 for our champion drive in the RSG holding ring. Going to make that second call for Class 5 Hampshire market lambs weighing 96 to 134 pounds to the holding ring.
really nice way to finish up our Dorset division, and a class that maybe presents a few more challenges in terms of how you're going to put these top three together. And I've had these things jumbled in any which placing throughout in my head. But the one that I think truly is the best show sheep of the trio is the young lady here in the front of the line. You get up on top of this one, and this one's got a big old rack shape in him. He's good loined. He's explosive out of his pin set. This one has the biggest stifle shape and turn to his hind leg when you view him from the side. He's the biggest footed. He's the stoutest constructed. When she gets him propped up like he is there, this one's really, really tough to beat. In motion, it's a little hard to get a read on him, maybe on how his neck comes out, but right there, everything looks just right. Really nice place to start the class off with. The one that falls here in the second is probably the most cracked open at the ground. He's opened up in his center rib cage. You get up on top of him, he's got a big old back. He's got a big old hip and rump in him. This one just isn't as elevated up through his front end. I'd like to see him taller shouldered. I'd like to see him a notch bigger footed and boned to compete with our class winner. The one here in third is my problem sheep. This one hit the ring, and I had this one winning. And I think when you set this one in motion, this one wins. This one gets out and goes and gives you an unbelievable look. He props up with an unbelievable look. When you get up on him and get your hands on him, he just doesn't have enough sheer width and power and dimension of muscle to compete with the top two, especially when you look at him from the front side coming at you. This one is the narrowest chested one of them three. But just in terms of propping up, balance, eye appeal, soundness on the move, this one is very, very high quality, young man. Young lady here in fourth has the power sheep in the class. This one is muscular, big, big rumped, big, big backed. Just gets a little bit rounder in terms of its skeletal makeup. I'd like to change him off of both ends, level him up out of his hip, clean him up in his shoulder point just a notch, but a really nice, thick, powerful sheep to fall into fourth. The one here in the fifth is one that just doesn't have the bells and whistles of them ahead of him. Really nice, sound, complete, square-made kind of a sheep. We just got to give this one just a little more oomph, a little more of them extras to be able to get up and win a class of this caliber at the North American. As we move on down the line, we got one here that's really tall-shouldered and really good outline, starting to maybe get just a little excess condition if we could open him up out of his pin set just a notch. The same with several of these down the way. Just maybe have seen their better days, starting to carry a little too much condition. If we could firm them up, open them up just in terms of their true skeletal width and dimension, we could move them on up. But let's put our hands together for an outstanding heavyweight Dorset division.
At this time, we will bring our first and seconds in from Class 3 and 4 in our Dorset division. Our class winner in Class 3, Katie Hoffman from Illinois. Our class winner from Class 4 is Blakely Clem from Texas. Second place in Class 3 is Kinley Hill, Indiana. And second place in Class 4 is Luke Parks, Texas. We're now showing for our champion in reserve, Dorset Market Lamb. Final call for Class 5 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 96 to 134 pounds. Last call for Class 5 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 96 to 134 pounds.
really an outstanding Dorset division here today. We bring our class winners and seconds back out here, and I'm extremely happy with these 4 individuals we got here in the ring, and I'll talk about each one of them here for just a minute. And the pair of them out of our first class, we talked about this sheep that wins that class being so cracked open in its center body, and yet so neat through its chest and forerib. And you get up on this one, and it's very 3-dimensional in terms of its muscle shape. It's big racked, it's big loin, it's big in its upper hip, got some stifle shape. Is it the biggest stifled one out there? Probably not. But I think when this one props up, he runs uphill, he's shallow, he's great ribbed. We talked about him maybe needing to be a little bit neater the way his old neck come out of his shoulder, but that's getting pretty picky on a really nice one there. The one here in second is one that just in terms of rack shape and soundness of structure, I think excels and moves up there to the top. One that you love this sheep when you get your hands on his old rack and it stands up there, and his ribs good. Maybe like to see his old hip loin tie just a nickel better, but a really nice one second in that class. We get into our heavy division, and this sheep that wins that class, I think, is very, very similar to our second place light in terms of body shape and build and makeup, just maybe in a bigger package. Maybe ties a tick smoother there at his hip loin, and maybe that's come with some maturity along the way. I'm not going to tell you this one's neck comes out just perfect, but you get up on this one, he's big backed, he's bold in his rib cage, he's big footed and boned, he's very muscular, he handles extremely good. Just a really, really good, solid kind of a sheep that comes out of that heavy class. Our second place heavy is one that is probably as wide based and cracked open at the ground as any of these 4. He's opened up in his center rib and body, got a big old rack in him. Maybe just doesn't have, we'd like to see him a little taller shouldered, a little neater built, better in his underline, but really 4 individuals that are very high quality. I think there's one of them that sorts itself to the top, and then I think it gets really close for reserve. I'll go out and select your champion and study on these next 2 for just a minute. Let's put our hands together for a great Dorset division.
Our champion Dorset comes out of Class 3, Katie Hoffman of Illinois. Our reserve champion Dorset comes out of Class 4, Blakely Clem of Texas.
Tremendous change, as is always. The hogs are different than they were. Well, we didn't have hogs 50 years ago, but
We're
from the start of the hog show, or the swine show here, the swine changes more rapidly probably than anything. But the cattle as such, as I said, that first steer was a big, long-legged, tall animal. They don't go for that as much anymore as they did back at that time.
Our results in Class 4, Dorset Weathers. 10th is Hannah Lecter. 9th, Kinsey Menon. 8th, Landry Krager. 7th, Lucy Schur. 6th, Alette Nyer. 5th, Mallory Holman. 4th, Gracie Jo Newsom. 3rd, Landon Booley. Our second place is Luke Parks from Friendsville, Texas. And first, and also our reserve champion in the Dorset division, is Blakely Clem, Wilson, Texas. We're now showing Class 5 Hampshire market lambs, 96 to 134 pounds. First call, Class 6 Hampshire Weathers, 135 to 140 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Hampshire Weathers, 135 to 140 pounds to the RSG holding ring. I have had a brown wallet turned into the announcer's stand. If you can give me a description of that, we will return that to you. Also, I have had 2 ladies' driver's license returned to the announcer's stand here this morning. I have a Madison Travis. If you want to come up and claim your driver's license, that would be great. And I also have a Brandy Rhodes if you'd like to get those driver's license. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are done with your market lamb project today, we do have an opportunity for you to sell those. That is out on the loading dock. It's through door E16 at pillar C4. They are paying $1.60 a pound for those lambs today. So if you are looking to sell those lambs, we do have a direct buyer on the loading dock. Outdoor E16. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people on the rail as we dismiss them from the ring, starting this Hampshire division. Second call for Class 6, Hampshire market lambs weighing 135 to 140 pounds. Second call, Class 6, Hampshire market lambs 135 to 140 to the RSG holding ring. Gonna make that last call for Class 6 Hampshire market lambs weighing 135 to 140 pounds. You need to be in the RSG holding ring. Class 6, final call for those lambs weighing 135 to 140 pounds to the holding ring. Gonna make that final call again for Class 6 Hampshire Weathers weighing 135 to 140 pounds. We need those lambs in the holding ring at this time. Class 6, 135 to 140 pounds in the ring at this time.
Really a nice way to start off our Hampshire division, and the quality has been very, very good for this lightweight class. A lot of times in them lightweights you don't know what to expect because you got lots of differences in terms of where their endpoints are going to be, and I do think there is some differences amongst these top 5 out here, but the one thing that never varied in my mind at all is the one winning the class. This one here I think fits this class tremendously well. I really think this one's endpoint, wherever that may be, this one continues to go and get better and better. I think this one is tall-shouldered, level-made, really good in terms of its rib cage, really explosive out of his upper hip and skeleton. You get your hands on him, you love the touch of this sheep. Just a really, really good one here to start the class off with. The one that falls into second, I think Pattern's our class winner in terms of type and kind, in terms of being neat through his chest floor and being neat built and holding himself together on the move. When you get up on top of this one, he just don't have the touch. He don't have the overall shape and mass and power of what our class winner does. Maybe he gets a little bit flatter in terms of his rib shape, but if we can change that just a nickel, I think he can give our class winner a little more push. As we get into third, this is kind of the problem sheep to me. I just don't think this sheep fits in this class maturity-wise. He looks quite a bit more mature than these others that are out here. This one has a big back and a great handle and a big rump in him. But the one area that concerns me a little bit is his shoulder point. I think he gets a little bit rounder up there through his shoulder. If we could shorten that up and clean that up a little bit, maybe make him just drop a notch more depth to his flank, I think then this one can go and push our class winner to win the class. As we get into fourth, I've had this one from first to fourth. This one here has a tremendous touch. He's shapely backed, he's shapely stifled. This one is round in his rib cage, he is shallow. This one to me, when you really study him coming at you, he is the narrowest in terms of his chest floor and width, skeletal width, but really nice kind of one to fall into fourth. The one here in fifth, this guy is big structured, big footed, stout made. He's got a big back, he's smooth handling. He don't have the shape, he don't have the terminal muscle of what them ahead of him have. Maybe not quite as neat through his shoulder and front end, but a really nice one to fall there into fifth. As we move on down here into some of these others, we got one that's shallow and wild muscled, just needs to tie a tick smoother at his hip loin. Some of these maybe just get a notch straighter in terms of their hind leg structure, but really an outstanding way to start off this Hampshire division. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors.
We now have Hampshire Class 6 Hampshire lambs weighing 135 to 140 entering the ring at this time. Class 6 Hampshire wethers 135 to 140 are entering the ring at this time. Our results of Class 5 Hampshire wethers. 10th, Lee Ray Cox. 9th, Kaylee Nugget. 8th, Clay Randall. 7th, Audrey Collins. 6th, Marshall Miller. 5th, Carson Shaper. 4th, Amy Moore. 3rd, Braden Bowers. 2nd, Hayden Bryan, Ashland, Ohio. 1st, Raylan Ward, West Texas. We are now showing Class 6 Hampshire wethers weighing from 135 to 140 pounds. First call for Hampshire Weathers, weighing 141 to 147 pounds, to the holding ring. First call, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 141 to 147, to the RSG holding ring. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please show your appreciation for the young people as we dismiss those along the rail in a very competitive Hampshire division. Second call for class number 6, second call for class number 7, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 141 to 147 to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Hampshire Weathers, 141 to 147 to the holding ring. Going to make that final call for Class 7 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 141 to 147 pounds. You need to be in the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 7 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 141 to 147 pounds to the holding ring. Final call, final call. If you are not in the holding ring and you're in Class 7, Hampshire Weathers 141 to 147, you need to be on your way. Final call, Class 7 Hampshire Weathers 141 to 147 pounds.
Another outstanding class of Hampshires here, and I think it gets extremely close up here on the top end of this class. And when we talk the differences between these top two, I think you've got to make some decisions on where you're going to lay your preferences. This one here that I elect to win the class with, you get up on top of this one, and this one's top side of his skeleton's phenomenal. He's big backed, he's big loined, he's big rumped. His touch is phenomenal. His handle, his condition is perfect. Tall fronted, level made. Is he the shallowest of the top two? No, he's probably not the shallowest right there through the base of his chest floor. Is he the best on the move? Probably not. That's my biggest hang up on this sheep. When we set him in motion, I wish he would just stride out off of them rear two just a notch better. But I think just in terms of sheer power, touch, and handle, and the side view this one gives you, he wins the class. The young lady here in second, this is the shallowest made one. This is the soundest one. You just get beat on handle, plain and simple. The one ahead of you out handles him in terms of his touch and smoothness to his top side of his skeleton. The young lady here in third, this is the powerhouse of the top three. This one is stout constructed. He's big-footed. He's cracked open. He's the widest based. He's just not as neat build up there through his chest and shoulder and front end as them two ahead of him, but a really, really nice, powerful one to fall here into third. Young man here in fourth, one that we like the way this one props up. We like how level he is in his top line. He's stout in terms of his foot and bone. He gets maybe a little softer in terms of his handle. I'd like to just harden him up just a notch, just to give him a little more oomph to compete with them at the top of the class. Young man here in fifth, this one has been presented very, very well. Thin hided sheep with a great touch and handle, good ribbed. Doesn't maybe balance just quite like I'd like him in terms of our top end of this deal. We'd like to drop his flank just a notch, but one that's fresh handling down his top side, big stifled, correct in terms of his finish. We can make him balance just a notch better. I think we can move him on up. We get on down the line. We get some of these that just don't have the freshness of handle. If we'd like to crispen them up just a notch, make them touch just a little better. But really an outstanding class here for our second class of Hampshires. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
We are now bringing Class 7 Hampshire Market Lambs to the ring. Class 7 Hampshire Market Lambs are now entering the ring, weighing 141 to 147 pounds. Our results of Class 6, 10th, Kason Bowman, 9th, Anara Schroyer, 8th, John Michael Perez, 7th, Cole Ellerbrock, 6th, McKenna Harley, 5th, Hayes Henderson, 4th, Jack Thomas, 3rd, Kobe Scroggins, 2nd, is Brinley Hogg, Lubbock, Texas. And first goes to Sawyer Markle, Clarion, Iowa. We are now showing Hampshire Market Lambs, Class 7, lambs weighing 141 to 147 pounds. First call for Class 8 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 148 to 152 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 8 Hampshire Weathers, 148 to 152 pounds to the holding ring. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's give a big round of applause as we dismiss these young people along the rail for another very competitive Hampshire division. Second call for class number 8, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 148 to 152 pounds. You need to be in the RSG holding ring. Second call for class 8, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 148 to 152 pounds. Exhibitors, if you are finished with your lambs in this project after the day is over, we do have a direct buyer on the dock. It is located at door E16 by pillar C4. They are paying $1.60 a pound today. So if you are done with your project and you want to sell your lamb today, they are buying them on the dock for $1.60 a pound. The North American staff has made me aware there is a truck that needs to be moved from the middle of the horse barn B. It is a red Chevy with Pennsylvania license plates ZZZ 9792. If you have a truck parked in the horse barn B that is a red Chevy with Pennsylvania plates, you need to move your vehicle immediately. They will tow that vehicle if it is not moved. Second call for class number 8, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 148 to 152 pounds. You need to be in the RSG holding ring. Second call, class 8, Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 148 to 152 pounds. Going to make that final call for Class 8. Final call, Class 8. Hampshire market lambs weighing 148 to 152 pounds. If you are in Class 8 and you weigh between 148 and 152, you need to be in the RSG holding ring at this time.
I apologize for taking a little bit longer here on this class. But the water got a little bit deeper here, guys. And if this class don't kind of get your blood boiling a little bit and get you wound up about trying to raise competitive sheep that can go and win major stock shows, then I don't know if there's one that can do it. But this deal here, it's 10, 12, 15 head deep of ones that can go on and compete at pretty much anywhere in the country. And I think with that said, we get these top 5 out here, and these top 5 are kind of in a league of their own as well. I think it gets really, really close here between this top pair. And this one that I elected to start with, I've had him, I guess I've had him in the front, in the lead the whole class. And I've been trying to find a way to beat him, and there just ain't one in here that's going to get it done in this particular class. This one is the widest backed one. You get up on top of him, get your hands on that rack, it's wide. His loin is insanely wide, big old hip, big stifle shape. And when you study him at the ground, he is the truest and the widest in terms of his base width at the ground. We set him in motion, he goes out and holds together very, very good. Just a really, really good one here to start off this class. Young lady here in second, this one is awfully good. This is the biggest racked one in the class. This might be the boldest ribbed one in the class. He might be a notch shallower than the one that wins. Where this one gets beat, he's a little too closed up front for me when I really get down to nitpicking amongst them two. Love the look he gives me from the side. Shallow, tall-shouldered, big racked. If we could smooth him up just a notch there at his hip loin, but really, really good one here to fall into second. The one here in third, I've had this one all over the place in terms of where he was going to fall. And this is one stout-footed, rugged-made one that is probably the shortest bladed one. Tucked up neatest through his shoulder and chest of any of them. With that being said, he probably doesn't balance maybe quite as good as some of them in terms of he gets a little bit tighter in terms of his flank and backfill. But you get up on top of him, he's not as terminal in terms of his muscle shape, especially out of his upper hip and pin set, but really, really shapely stifled, really stout, really rugged one with a really good look, falls into third. Young man here in fourth. This one, if I could just prop him up and let you drive into him, this one gives me the best look of all of them on the side. This one's shallow, his lines are right, he's level in his back, his rib is right in him, he's wide, he's square. This one concerns me when we set him in motion. I don't think he gets out and goes quite as good. We get up on top of him, he probably don't have quite as much fluff there over his loinage. If we could just smooth him up, just freshen him just a tick to compete with them ahead of him, but a really, really good one falls into fourth. Young lady here in fifth, there's times when she gets this one stuck, this one gives you an amazing look. I mean, he is big-backed, he's tall-shouldered, good-looking, but I truly believe this is the narrowest constructed one of our top 5. Just runs out of sheer natural power to compete with them above. He's shapely, he's good in his rib, good design, really nice sheep. I just wish he was busted open more at the ground to compete with them ahead of him. Really nice class on down the line. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors. Very nice sheep.
We'll now bring in Class 8 Hampshire Weathers weighing 148 to 152 pounds. We're now showing Class 8 Hampshire Market Lambs. Our results from class number 7. 10th goes to Connor Anthony. 9th, Morgan Evans. 8th, Cade Charmison. 7th, Brody Scroggins. 6th, Hannah Seaver. 5th, Kristen Walk. 4th, Colby Williams. 3rd, Landry Lane. 2nd goes to Reagan Rogers, Savannah, Missouri. And our class winner goes to Gabrielle Rout, Frankfort, Indiana. We are now showing Class 8 Hampshire Weathers weighing 148 to 152 pounds. First call, Hampshire Weathers, Class 9, lambs weighing 153 to 157 pounds. First call, Class 9, Hampshire Weathers, 153 to 157 to the RSG holding ring. If you would, let's show our appreciation as we release those young people from Class 8 along the rail for another really competitive Hampshire division. Going to make that second call for Class 9 Hampshire Weathers, 153 to 157 pounds. We need you in the RSG holding ring. Class 9 Hampshire Weathers, 153 to 157 pounds to the holding ring. Gonna make that final call, Class 9 Hampshire Weathers. Final call, Class 9 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 153 to 157 pounds. If you are not in the holding ring, you need to be headed to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 9. If you are not in the holding ring and you are in Class 9 Hampshire Weathers weighing 153 to 157 pounds, you need to be headed toward the holding ring. Last call for Class number 9 Hampshire Market Lambs 153 to 157 pounds.
Really another nice class of Hampshires here. With some give and take amongst these top 5 on where you lay your preferences. I think when that's all said and done, this one that wins the class has to be at the top just due to his handle, his terminal muscle shape, his look that he props up from the side. I think this one's tall-shouldered. He's good in his rib. He's big-featured. Get your hands on him. He handles extremely, extremely good. If I'd change anything, maybe make him just a notch bigger there out of his upper hip in comparison to the one behind him. But really, really good sheep to start off the class. Young lady here in second, this is the one that's probably the shallowest chested and the biggest, squarest pinned one of the top 5. Really, really solid kind of a sheep. He don't have quite the handle and touch of our class winner, but he's square loined, he's big pinned, neat caged. Really props up and gives you a great look from the side. When we set him in motion, he may want to run downhill just a nickel, but a really good, solid kind of a sheep here in second. The one here in third's kind of the outlier. This one has some of the wildest pieces of any of them. He's the wildest backed. He's the wildest in terms of his stifle shape. I mean, you get behind this one, and the terminal muscle shape in this guy is just crazy. And still gets out there and he props up good. He's tall-shouldered. He's level. Is he the shallowest? No, he's not as shallow as our second place one, but yet he's still stout-featured. If I could change the way this one's loin's constructed, just maybe smoothing him up a little bit as we get our hands on him, I think he could compete up there towards the top of the class. The one here in fourth is probably the problem sheep. This one props up. He's the tallest shouldered. He gives you the best silhouette. He's the shallowest. You get your hands on him, he handles extremely wide-backed, and he's extremely big-pinned. We set this one in motion, and that's my concern. He just doesn't get out and go good enough. He gets a little choppy off of both ends. And there's times when, if just from a three-dimensional standpoint, he don't have just enough true depth through his rear end to compete with them above him. But a really nice, eye-appealing one there to fall into fourth. The one here in fifth, another one that props up good. He's level designed, he's smooth backed, he's got some width. This one concerns me a little bit when we set him in motion as well. This one gets a little bit straighter off of both ends. He's a little straighter off his front end, gets a little straighter off of them rear two as well. If we could change that, I think this one maybe can push any of them as much as any of them in the class. Really nice set of these Hampshires. Let's put our hands together for another really deep class.
We are now showing class number 9, Hampshire Weathers. Class 9 Hampshire Weathers weighing 153 to 157 are entering the ring at this time. Our results of class 8. 10th, Chloe Nelson. 9th, Marion McGuire. 8th, Rose Davies. 7th, Caitlin Chabot. 6th, Zachary Gieringling. 5th, Addison Zerbach. 4th, Bailey Amstutz. 3rd, Graham Newsom. 2nd, Riggin Pruitt, Danville, Indiana. And first goes to John North, Decatur, Texas. We are now showing class 9 Hampshire Weathers weighing 153 to 157 pounds. First call, Class 10, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 158 to 162 pounds. First call, Class 10, Hampshire Weathers, 158 to 162 pounds, to the RSG holding ring. If you would, let's show our appreciation as we dismiss those young people from the ring. Second call for class number 10, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 158 to 162 pounds. Second call, class 10, Hampshire Weathers, 158 to 162 to the RSG holding ring. Final call for Class 8. Final call, Class 10. Hampshire Weathers weighing 158 to 162 pounds. Final call, Class 10. Hampshire Weathers weighing 158 to 162 pounds to the RSG holding ring.
Well, the depth through this Hampshire division, it just continues to come and come, and this class here definitely rivals another one or two of them that we've had earlier in the day in terms of quality and depth. But with that said, I think there's a pair of them here that sort themselves to the top, and this one that wins the class for me, you get your hands on this guy. He's big-backed, he's square-loined, he's huge out of his upper hip and rump, and big-stifled. And yet, the thing that separates this one from the one in second, he's the neater made one through his chest and through his forerib when he's propped up on the side. This one gives you a very, very good look, and he's got a killer look with a ton of muscle and a great touch. Just a really good sheep here to start off the class. young lady here in second, this is the power sheep in the class. This one is cracked open. This one is wide. He's big-backed. He's burly. He's stout-featured. You get your hands on him, and you're just blown away by the total amount of mass. He's wide at the ground. Is he the neatest through his chest plate and through his shoulder? No. That's where it gets beat. But if we could just make that one just a notch neater there, a little more extended up through his front end, I think that one could go and do real good here in this class. As we get here into third and fourth, we got a pair of them that we had to make some decisions on if these two just have enough to them. This one here in third, you set this one in motion. This one gets out and goes really good. He's probably the best moving one of any of them in the class. He's sound. He's big-footed. He's built right. His chest is right in him. He's big in his upper skeleton. He just doesn't have just the touch, the athletic handle and touch of what them couple ahead of him. Just not quite as massive, not quite as much to him as them two, but a really good built, good designed one here in the third. As we get into fourth, this one probably props up with as good a silhouette as any. This is the shallowest chested one in the class. This one is wild through his chest floor. He's wild through his rib and body. He is the flattest muscled one of them top four. I just wish we could give him more shape and a little more pop to get him to compete here today. The one here in fifth probably resembles our second place lamb in terms of being super massive. He's big backed, he's great handling, he's big stifled. We set this one in motion. He gets just a notch straight up front. He gets a little bit longer in terms of his blade, but if we could change him, a couple little things about him, I think he gets real competitive up there at the top end. As we move on down the line, this one here in sixth really brings a lot of good things to the table. In my mind, he's good in terms of his body. He's neat looking. He's got some muscle. He just needs to have a better handle to him. Maybe gets just a notch rounder at times. The one here in seventh, one that you love the way this one props up. He's good looking. He's good built. This one was the narrowest one coming at you of our top seven, but really good class. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors in this Hampshire class.
We now have Class 10 Hampshire Weathers entering the ring at this time. These lambs weigh 158 to 162 pounds. We're now showing Class 10 Hampshire Weathers. Our results of Class 9 Hampshire Weathers. 10th, Carly Reel. 9th, Tanner Dean. 8th, Caitlin Chabot. 7, Grace McCurdy. 6th, Peyton Peterson. 5th, Cole Bynum. 4th, Mackenzie Hoekstra. 3rd, Ava Schroyer. 2nd goes to Grace Moore from San Angelo, Texas. And our class winner is Madden Wise, Brownwood, Texas. Wyatt Smith from Indiana. Wyatt Smith from Indiana. We have had your wallet turned in at the announcer's stand. Wyatt Smith. Going to make that first call for Class 11 Hampshire Weathers. First call for Class 11 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 163 to 171 to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 11 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 163 to 171. Exhibitors, if you are done with your weather today and you would like to sell that sheep, they are buying the lambs at the loading dock. They are paying $1.60 a pound. It is located at overhead door E16 by pillar C4. please put your hands together and show your appreciation to those young individuals as we dismiss them along the rail in this very competitive Hampshire division. Going to make that second call for Class 11 Hampshire Weathers to the holding ring. Class 11 Hampshire Weathers weighing 163 to 171. Second call to the RSG holding ring. For you exhibitors in the Hampshire division, if you were first or second in any of the classes, we will be picking our champion Hampshire immediately following Class 12. We will be picking champion and reserve champion Hampshire Weather immediately following our heavyweight class, Class 12.
Another really nice class of Hampshires here, and some give and take. But with that being said, we've got one of them that sorts himself to the top fairly easy for me in this class. This young lady's class winner, I think he is the shallowest chested one out here. He is the biggest muscled one out here, and you put them two combinations together, and it's tough to get around one in a class. And you get up on top of this one, and he's got a big old back in him, and he's got a big hip and pin set and a huge rump, and props up good, really square at the ground, really good in terms of his rib shape. Really, really good one to start off with here. It gets real close for me between second and third. I think these sheep are built fairly similar in terms of their type and kind. The one that I elect to put in second is the one that handles better. He is the trimmer of the pair. He's the shapelier in terms of his rack shape. He's got a good stifle shape to him. Gets out and goes good. But therefore, he'll be second. The young lady's here in third. I think this one probably is the stoutest featured of the top three. He's level made. He's good design. This one's starting to carry just a little too much condition for me, but big loined, big ended, level made kind of a sheep to fall into third. We get here into fourth and fifth, and we got a pair of them that are fairly similar. A couple of them that are good built kind of sheep. They just don't have the overall mass and power to compete with them at the top of the class. If we could just bust them apart in terms of their center body, give them a little more base, and to where we could lay some more muscle on them, I think they could get more competitive. Young man in fifth, a great heighted one, great touching one. I'd like to just make him tie just a notch better there at his hip loin, but a really good one to fall into fifth. As we get on down the line, some of them that maybe are starting to, maybe have seen some of their better days, but another outstanding class of Hampshires. Let's put our hands together.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess right now, and we'll bring that class 11 once we get that taken care of. The results from class number 10, Hampshire Weathers weighing 158 to 162. 10th goes to Paxton Miller. 9th goes to Lackmeyer Livestock Family. 8th, Tristan Solpeck. 7th, Audrey Collins. 6th, Cade Schaefer. 5th, J.D. Moracle. 4th, Dally Job. 3rd, Macy Zerbach. 2nd, Colton Hoekstra from Eastland, Texas. And 1st goes to Sadie Allen from Elk City, Oklahoma. Make that final call for Class 11, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 163 to 171 pounds. Last call for Hampshire Weathers, Class number 11. Hampshire Weathers weighing 163.
Well, I think it's headed in the somewhat right direction, and the fact that these youth have an opportunity to come here and exhibit cattle in the eastern part, or from any place in North America. They can come and exhibit cattle here at the Kentucky Exposition Center, and there's no better place to show a calf.
They are buying lambs on the dock today out of overhead door E16 at the C4 pillar. They're paying $1.60 a pound, and they'll be there throughout the day.
And we started out in a portable office trailer back here behind Newmarket Hall. And that was our office. It was a single wide, and we were still under the Department of Agriculture. And that went on for a year or two. And then they decided to put some more personnel here in Louisville from Frankfurt, so they got a double wide. So we doubled our size. We went from single wide to double wide, and we had several other employees working in other offices. And Harold and I and the two girls, we started out, we were doing entries on entry cards. The old computers back then. It was before computers, and we were using Selectric IBM typewriters to type up the judging sheets and everything.
At this time, we'll bring that Class 11 Hampshire Weathers weighing 163 to 171 to the ring at this time. Hampshire Weathers, Class 11, is now entering the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd show your appreciation for this Class 11 Hampshire Weathers as we dismiss them from the ring. Going to make that first call for Class 12 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 172 pounds to 181 pounds. Class 12 Hampshire Weathers to the RSG holding ring. We will be selecting Champion Hampshire and Reserve Hampshire Weather at the conclusion of the heavyweight Hampshire class, Class 12. We will pick our champion and reserve at the conclusion of Class 12. Going to make that second call for Class 12 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 172 to 181. Second call, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 172 to 181 pounds, Class 12. like to take the opportunity to introduce our judge. Our judge is Jason Simpson from Ault, Colorado. He owns Simpson Livestock. If you would, let's show our appreciation to Jason and give him a big round of applause for sorting our wethers today. Last call for Class 12 Hampshire wethers to the RSG holding ring. Those wethers weigh 172 to 181. If you are not in the holding ring, you need to be on your way. At the conclusion of Class 12, we will select our champion and reserve champion Hampshire wether. So we will need to make that first announcement to all our class winners and our second places in those Hampshire divisions. We will pick our champion in reserve at the conclusion of Class 12.
Another really nice Hampshire class here as we get into these heavier weights. Maybe not as deep all the way down through, but this top end definitely is very high caliber. With that said, this top pair I think it's extremely close, and the young lady I elected to start with, this one here I believe is the tallest shouldered. I think he's the neatest through the base of his chest floor. When you get behind him, he is the biggest out of his upper hip and rump, and wedges the most correctly when you go from his hip to his shoulder. Got a big old rack shape in him, huge square loin, good ribbed, gets out and goes good. Really nice sheep to start the class off with. Young man's weather here in second probably is the soundest structured one. He has a little more ideal set to his hind leg, especially when we set him in motion. He's got a great deal of touch, a ton of stifle shape to him. If I could change just his shoulder set, just a nickel, maybe stouten him up in terms of his feature, maybe he could work his way up into that top hole. The one here in third kind of falls into that hole fairly easy for me. Another one that just in terms of width and mass matches our top two in the class. This one is big out of his rump, big out of his stifle. He's opened up in his rib cage. He just doesn't tie everything together in as smooth a package as them two ahead of him. A really nice sheep to fall into third. Power sheep here's in fourth, and this guy's not wanting to cooperate today for this young lady, but you talk about one that's wide and stout featured and square built. He just needs to be more extended up through his front end to compete with them ahead of him. Young man here in fifth, he has one that is the neater made one up there through his front end. He is probably the wildest looking of any of the top five. He just doesn't have enough oomph to him. He needs to be busted open through his center rib and body to allow him to carry a little more muscle to him. But really nice set of Hampshires here. Let's put our hands together for this class here.
If you would, let's please bring that Class 12 Hampshire wethers to the ring at this time. These wethers weigh 172 to 181 pounds. We are now showing Class 12 Hampshire wethers. Those exhibitors in our Hampshire division that were first or second in their class, we will be bringing all those wethers back for our champion and reserve champion Hampshire drive. That will be immediately at the conclusion of this Class 12. I will formally make the first call for all those first and seconds in our Hampshire division. Our results of Class 10, 10th place, or Class 11, Class 11, our results. 10th place, Journey Mathis. 9th, Sutton family. 8th, Holly Shelton. 7th, Carson Keller. 6th, Andy Swab. 5th, John Michael Perez. 4th, Stella Anthauer. 3rd, Kristen Walk. 2nd, John North, Decatur, Texas. And first goes to Emma Woods, Gustine, California. If you would, please put your hands together as we dismiss those young people along the rail. Second call for all those first and second place Hampshire lambs to the RSG holding arena. Second call, all first and second Hampshire lambs to the holding area. We will be picking champion in reserve Hampshire Weather at the conclusion of Class 12 that is currently in the ring. We are down to our final 5 lambs in Class 12. We need all those first and seconds out of all our Hampshire divisions to the holding ring at this time. Last and final call for all those first and seconds to the holding arena at this time. Last call for all those first and seconds to the holding ring for our Hampshire division. Last call, first and seconds to the holding arena.
Really a nice way to finish up our Hampshire division, and we get into these heavier weights, and it gets a little tougher. A lot of these things that have maybe reached their prime a little bit before now, but I think this top 5 we've got out here is very high quality, and the young man that wins the class is one that, in terms of skeletal build and still being able to prop up and look like this from the side as he reached these upper weights, that thing's pretty special. He's shallow, he's good ribbed. Does he have enough to him? I don't know if he's the most muscular sheep we've seen, but he's good enough built and got enough to him to go ahead and win this class. Young lady here in second, this one is the soundest structured one. When you put him in motion, this one gets out and goes extremely good. He just doesn't have the shape and terminal muscle touch and handle of what some of these others in the class have, but a very nice sound made weather to fall into second. Young lady here in third, one that's got a big old square loin in him. He's big rumped, stout structured, maybe gets a little bit straight up front, maybe a little deeper chested. He's starting to carry just a little excess condition, but a really nice place for him to fall in. Young man here in fourth, one that's got a good handle and good touch. He still handles trim over his rib. He's wide down his back. Maybe like to see him tied just a notch better there at his hip loin. When we set this one in motion, his old chest floor is starting to drop out of him for me to get him up any higher. As we get into fifth, one that's a big-footed, a stout-featured kind of a sheep that's got some grow to him. He still handles extremely good in terms of his body condition. Just doesn't have the overall mass and power to compete at the top end. Really nice class of heavyweights here to finish up. Let's put our hands together for all these Hampshire exhibitors here today.
As we line these first and seconds up for our Hampshire division, we do need to make the first call for Class 13 Natural Colored Wethers to the RSG Makeup Arena. First call, Natural Colored Wethers, weighing 107 to 135. If you have a first or second in the Hampshire division and you are not in the holding ring, you need to be on your way. In our Hampshire division, our class winner for Class 5 is Raylan Ward, Texas. If we can bring that lamb to the ring. Class 6, our class winner is Sawyer Morical. Class 7, Gabriel Rout. Class 8, John North. Class 9, Madden Wise. Class 10, Sadie Allen. Class 11, Emma Woods. And in our Class 12, and just won that class, Carson Norup. Representing our second place in Class 5 is Hayden Bryant. Second place in Class 6, Brinley Hogg. Our second place in Class 7, Reagan Rogers. Second place in Class 9, Grace Moore. In Class 10, our second place is represented by Colton Hoekstra. And in Class 11, our second place is represented by John North. And in our recent Class 12, our second place is represented by Lola Tolton. This is our champion Hampshire drive. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to our 50th anniversary for the North American International Livestock Exposition. It takes many people to make this happen, and one group of people that we need to recognize today for Veterans Day are those who served. If you would, please pay attention, show your appreciation for all our veterans. Put your hands together, let's make some sound. Second call for Class 13 Natural Colored Wethers to the RSG Holding Ring. Second call, Class 13 Natural Colored Wethers weighing 107 to 135 to the RSG Holding Ring. Final call for Class 13 natural colored weathers weighing 107 to 135. If you are in the natural colored Class 13 weighing 107 to 135, you need to be in the holding ring at this time.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all these Hampshire exhibitors out here today. This Hampshire breed's always been kind of near and dear in my heart. I sat on the Hampshire board for several years, and Hampshire sheep is really what kind of put our name on the map in terms of raising seed stock and club lambs. And I tell you what, guys, where this breed has come over the last 15 years and how it's impacted the industry, I'm not sure that I've ever seen a breed within any species that has impacted an industry quite the way the Hampshires have with the sheep industry. But I think all the breeders and feeders and everybody need to be commended for that. Let's put our hands together for all of them that have put this set of sheep together. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I do think that there's 4 of them out here that are in contention, and we need to kind of cuss and discuss the differences amongst them. Yeah, there's probably not a perfect one, and I don't know that I've ever seen a perfect one hit the ring, but these 4 are really, really good. We'll start with the young lady here coming out of Class 3. We talked about this one in class about how wide and how square he was in terms of his skeleton, opened up in his center rib, and yet when he gets to driving, he runs uphill. You get up on top of this one, and his back is absolutely enormous in terms of width. He is the widest backed one of all of them here in this drive. He's big out of his upper hip. He's big stifled. Handles very, very correct. Is he the most shapely in terms of his rack shape of them 4? Probably not. But that's getting really, really critical of one that brings a whole bunch of good to the table. Young man out of the next class. This one here probably has as much terminal shape as any of them 4. You get behind him and over the top, and you view that stifle shape and that explosion that he's got from behind, and you get up on top of him, and he's very explosive in terms of his muscle shape. This one, to me, the area that concerns me is his front end, his shoulder set, just a notch, just his shoulder placement. He gets just a notch longer bladed. If we could maybe drop just a notch more flank in him to get him to balance just a nickel better. But that one there is really, really good. Young man out of the next class. This one here on the side is about as good as you can draw him. He's level backed, straight in his top line. His underline for me is what I deem ideal. You get up on top of him, he's got probably the widest, maybe not the widest, but he's got a big wide loin and a big pin set in him. Good racked, really good through his stifle, good on his feet and legs when he gets out and moves. Maybe a nickel long bodied for me, but probably the most concerning thing for me, I think this one is probably the most closed up of them 4 when we really study them things coming at us and study the true base width of them. But this one is very, very high quality sheep. Young lady here out of the next class, probably in terms of muscle and mass, as much as anything maybe that we've seen so far today. This one's back is absolutely enormous. His stifle and rump shape is huge. You get up on him and he handles good. He's hard handling. He's correct. His rib cage is good in him. This one may be just as shallow as the one in the class ahead of him, or even a notch shallower. This sheep is very, very good through his chest placement and his blade. This one concerns me. He don't want to just get out there and go when we put them things in motion quite like I'd like him to today. But them 4, I've probably been a little harder on them than what I needed to, because I think these are, I'll be honest with you, I think these are 4 of the better sheep that I've ever had the opportunity to judge. And that's not taking anything away from the rest of these class winners and seconds, because there's some class winners here that I expect to go on and do some great things down the road. And there's some of these seconds, depending on where we pull from, that may be in contention here for this reserve hole. But let's put our hands together one more time for an outstanding set of Hampshires. I'm going to go look and evaluate these things one more time. Pick your champion in reserve.
Our champion comes out of Class 10, Sadie Allen from Oklahoma. And our reserve champion comes out of Class 7, Gabrielle Rout, Indiana. Again, our champion comes from Class 10, Sadie Allen, Oklahoma, and our reserve champion, Class 7, Gabrielle Rout, Indiana.
We always used to kid about it. You'd see first-timers come in here, it never been to this facility, and to have a livestock facility where everything's inside, and it was just huge. You know, you could tell them walking around, you know, with their mouth dropped open.
We are now showing Class 13 natural colored
I don't know,
wethers,
I guess those first years, of course, we just started with beef cattle.
Class 13 natural colored wethers are now entering the ring.
The first emblem had beef, swine, and sheep on it. And then later, of course, we brought in dairy cattle and then horses, and now we got llamas and dairy goats and all kind of things.
Boss Malcolm. 9th, Elliot Walters. 8th, Riley Van Pelt. 7th, Brianna Fisher. 6th, Carson Dalton. 5, Case Williams. 4th, Wyatt Smith. 3rd, Brinley Shook. 2nd, Lola Tolton, Macon, Georgia. And our class winner goes to Carson Norup, Loveland, Ohio. We are now showing Class 13 natural colored wethers. First call for Class 14 natural colored weathers weighing 136 to 146. First call for Class 14. You need to be in the RSG holding arena. Natural colored weathers weighing 136 to 146, Class 14. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd put your hands together and show your appreciation for these young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. Second call for Class 14 Natural Colored Weathers. Second call for Class 14 Natural Colored Weathers weighing 136 to 146 pounds. You are needed in the RSG holding ring. Make that final call for Class 14 Natural Colored Weathers weighing 136 to 146 pounds. Last call, Natural Colored Weathers, 136 to 146 pounds to the holding ring.
really nice way to start off our natural division. Young man that wins the class. This one here, when we get him propped up on the side, this one's lines are really, really good. I think this one has a great deal of future. You get up on top of him and get your hands on him, and he's definitely not going to disappoint. He's real close to being ready today. He's big out of his upper pin set. He's got the shapeliest rack of any of them in this top 5. Straight in his top line, good in his underline, good on his feet and legs. Just a really good place to start. The young lady coming in here in second, this is the soundest structured one here in this top 5. You put this one in motion and he just gets out and goes. He's probably the truest at the ground in terms of base width. And you get your hands on him, he's cracked open, he's big backed, he's opened up in his center cage. He's just not as neat built up there through his front end as some of these others. Maybe a little shorter, maybe just a notch rounder off of his ends, but really nice sheep to fall into the second hole. Young lady here in third, we get this one propped up, and he's probably as good as any in the class when he's sitting there still. He's got a great handle, thin hided, almost to the extent where it detracts from him a little bit because he's so hard handling. And but this one's lines are very good. His back's big, his stifle shape's good. This one just concerns me just a little bit when we set him in motion. I think this is the straightest constructed one up there through his front end and shoulder structure. If we could change that a little bit and maybe stouten up his feature, I think this one moves on up to the top of the class. Young man here in fourth, this one here probably resembles our second place in terms of being cracked open in his center body and his rib. He's got a great touch. He's big old square loined, got some stifle shape. This one just needs to be stouter structured. If we could make this one bigger footed, bigger legged, I think we can move him up to compete at the top end. Young lady here in fifth, this one's probably got as much terminal muscle shape as any of them in this top 5. He's big footed, he's big boned, but just put together in a little plainer package. If we could change the way he's constructed, make him a little neater built, I think he can move on up. Really nice way to start off our natural division. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
At this time, we have Class 14 natural colored wethers entering the ring. These lambs weigh 136 to 146 pounds. We're currently showing Class 14 natural colored wethers.
We have a lost little Milo. Sec, okay? You're not lost, she is. We'll find out.
I have a young man named Milo here at the announcer's table that is looking for his parents. They've taken off and they're lost, and he's afraid that they're somewhere that they may be scared. So if you are Milo's parents, he wants to find you here at the announcer's stand. He's up here going to help us with the announcing right now, but please like to have those parents come to the announcer's stand. Our results from Class 13 natural colored wethers. 10th, Ella Warrens. 9th, Sawyer Ritz. 8th, Kylie Pettigrew. 7th, Lane Benute. 6th, Sophie Young. 5th, Carson Noonan. 4th, Crew Charmison. 3rd, Sadie Allen. 2nd is Gracie Jo Newsom from Olton, Texas. And 1st goes to Cade Schaefer from Ben Wheeler, Texas. We are now currently showing Class 14 natural colored weathers. First call for Class 15 natural colored weathers. Weathers weighing 147 to 154 pounds. First call, natural colored weathers, Class 15 to the RSG holding ring. Exhibitors and moms and dads, if you are done with your weather project and you want to sell them direct today, they are buying lambs on the dock out of door E16 by pillar C4. They are paying $1.60 a pound for those lambs, and they are located on the dock. If you would, let's show our appreciation as we dismiss those young people along the rail for another very competitive natural color division. Second call, class number 15, natural colored weathers, weighing 147 to 154. You are needed in the RSG holding ring. Class 15, natural colored weathers, weighing 147 to 154 to the holding ring. Final call for Class 15 natural colored weathers weighing 147 to 154. Last call for Class 15 natural colored weathers weighing 147 to 154. Those of you that had a lamb that classified out and will show tomorrow in the crossbreds, the classes will be reposted for those crossbred classes to show the additions that are made in each class. So if you had a lamb that was classified out today, you can see those reposted classes this evening following the show. Final call for Class 15 natural colored weathers. Weathers weighing 147 to 154. If you are not in the holding ring, you need to be on your way. Final call for Class 15 natural colored weathers.
Well, I'd say we turned up the heat a little bit in this second class of naturals, and this is one of the deepest classes that we've seen all day. And with that being said, this one that wins it never once deviated in my mind from winning the class. This one, I think, walks in the ring and he gets out and goes, and he's sound structured, he's big-footed, he's good build, he's tall-shouldered, he's correct in his chest floor, his underline's right, his top line's right. You get up on this guy and he don't disappoint. He's got a big old back, his loin's squaring him, hips big, big stifle shape. Really, really good one to win the class. Young lady here in second, I guess we got some decisions that we needed to make between second and third, and I elected to put the lady in second here. I think this one's the most cracked open of the pair in terms of his skeletal width. This one's opened up at the ground. He's opened up in his rib cage. He possesses a bigger back than the one in third. Is he as neat looking and cool designed as the one in third? No. But I think just sheer width and power, he beats that one there in third. The one in third is probably as cool designed as any in the class. This one is level. He's tall fronted. He gets out and goes. Maybe just a notch straighter in terms of his shoulder set. I think this one gets just a tick flatter in terms of his body shape. If we could change him, a couple little things about him, I think this one could push our class winner. We get into a pair of them here in fourth and fifth that I think are very, very similar type sheep. The one that ends up going fourth just has a little more mass and width to him than the one in fifth, maybe a little more maturity. He's opened up. He's really cracked open in his center rib cage. He's big backed. Is he as smooth down his top line as the fifth place? Probably not, but a really wide made, powerful one in fourth. Fifth place, notch smoother made. Just another very sound kind of complete sheep to fall into the fifth hole. But this, we get on down here into sixth. We got a big-legged, stout-featured one that I think's better days are ahead of him. Seventh is probably the most shapely, muscled one in the class. Lots of really, really good sheep here in this second class of naturals. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
If you would, let's bring that class 15 natural colored wethers to the ring. We are now showing class 15 natural colored wethers weighing 147 to 154. Our results of class 14: 10th, Thomas Thompson; 9th, Gabrielle Rout; 8th, Cade Charmison; 7th, Colby Williams; 6th, Lee Ray Cox; 5th, Addison Zerbach; 4th, Kristen Walk; 3rd, Brody Scroggins; 2nd, Haiti Bryant, Ashland, Ohio. And our class winner of class 14 is Landry Lane, Weatherford, Texas. We are now showing class 15 natural colored wethers. First call, natural colored weathers, class 16, lambs weighing 155 to 164. First call, class 16, natural colored weathers, 155 to 164. If you would, please put your hands together as we release these class 15 weathers along ringside. Second call, class 16, natural colored weathers weighing 155 to 164 to the RSG holding ring. Second call, natural colored weathers, class 16, weighing 155 to 164 to the holding ring at this time. Final call for Class 16 natural colored weathers weighing 155 to 164. You need to be in the holding ring at this time. Final call, Class 16 natural colored weathers weighing 155 to 164.
Really some challenges as we get into this third class of naturals, and the one I like to start with, if we could change his hind leg set and the way he goes and travels off of his wheels, I think that one then separates himself far and away as the class winner. But just in terms of touch and mass and handle, when you get up on top of this guy, his back's big, his hips big, he's got big stifle shape, he's opened up in his center rib, all them things. He excels the class. Like I said, I'm not pleased with his hind leg set, but one that I think we still need to get worked up there to the top. The one here in second probably is the most cracked open of the top three. He's really wide in his center rib cage and body. He's big out of his upper hip and out of his loin. He don't have the shape of muscle. I think this one's starting to carry a little more condition on his ribs in comparison to the one ahead of him. But a really nice wide-made, opened up one there in second. The one here in third, when we set them things in motion, this one's easily the best one on the move. This one gets out and goes. He's sound. He covers his track. He's big-footed. He just gets overpowered in terms of true shape and muscle. We need more terminal shape in this one to get him to compete with them two ahead of him. On down here into fourth, we got one that's really cool built, big-footed, big boned, tall-shouldered. His rib shape's good. His underline is pretty good. We'd like to drop a notch more flank in him. We'd like to smooth that thing up there at his hip-loin junction just a bit, but a really hard-handling, muscular one there in fourth. The one here in fifth is probably my problem sheep. He's got a big old square loin. He's big rumped. Just gets a little bit frailer in terms of his feature. If we could stouten this guy up, I think in terms of his foot and bone and skeleton, he can work his way up a little bit here in this class as well. Really nice class of naturals. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
If you would, let's go ahead and bring that Class 16 natural colored wethers to the ring at this time. These wethers are weighing 155 to 164 pounds. Class 16 natural colored wethers. Our results from Class 15. 10th goes to Carson Noonan. 9th, Elliot Walters. 8th, Maylee Adams. 7th, Kately Campman. 6th, Corbin Walkup. 5th, Grace McCurdy. 4th, Landon Booley. 3rd, Sutton family. 2nd, McKenna Hurley, Alex, Oklahoma. And first in Class 15 goes to Lila Kephart, Bargersville, Indiana. We are now showing Class 16 natural colored wethers. First call, natural colored weathers, class 17, lambs weighing 165 to 189. First call, class 17, natural colored weathers weighing 165 to 189. If you would, as we dismiss those young people along the rail, please show them your appreciation for another extremely deep set of natural colored weathers. Second call, Class 17, natural colored weathers. Weathers weighing 165 to 189. Second call, Class 17, natural colored weathers. You are needed in the RSG holding ring. Natural colored weathers weighing 165 to 189. Final call for Class 17 Natural Colored Weathers weighing 165 to 189 to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 17 Natural Colored Weathers weighing 165 to 189 to the holding ring.
Well, the good ones just keep on rolling in here, and this class rivals 2 or 3 best classes that we've had here today, and I think we get these top 3 or 4 or 5 out here, and it gets really close. And this top pair I think is extremely close because these sheep are fairly similar in terms of the way that they're built. The one that I like to start with, the young man here closest to me, this one is the tallest fronted one of the pair. He is the biggest footed and stoutest structured of the pair. I'm not going to tell you he's the most shapely racked or the biggest out of his upper pin set, because he's not. But this one is very acceptable there. He's got a huge stifle shape. His underline is good. His back is big. If we could level him up just a nickel out of that hip, I think this one's big time good. The one here in second is big, shapely backed as any we've probably seen come through all day. Big out of his upper hip, shapely through his stifle, really good through his rib cage. Not as stout in terms of his bone work, not as tall and just up and out there as that one that beats him, but another really good one to fall here into second. The sheep here in third is the outlier. This one is extremely wide based. He's cracked open in his center body, maybe as big ended and wide through his upper pin set as any that we've seen come through all day, and sets them legs down extremely wide and square. He's not as shapely, not as terminal in terms of his muscle shape, not as wild as them two ahead of him. I think this one is the frailest featured, especially up there through his front leg and forearm of the top 3, but a really good one there to fall into third. Young lady here in fourth, I missed this one there early on in this class, and you can call me a dummy if you want, but she kept working her way up here, and this is a good solid sheep, guys, and I don't know if it's the collar that throws him off a little bit or what, or I just missed him, but you get up on top of him, and this one's wide. His rib cage is good, his underline is good, he balances good. He just does not have that extra wow factor that them 3 ahead of him have here today, but a very good one in fourth. Young lady here in fifth, this one is the widest, one of the 2 widest constructed ones here in the class. This one is cracked open, really square, big loin, big upper hip, just gets a little plainer in terms of his skeletal build for me, but really good top 5 here in this class. As we work our way down there, there's some really good sheep. Let's put our hands together for an outstanding class of naturals.
If you would, please bring that Class 17 natural colored wethers to the ring at this time. These wethers weigh 165 to 189 pounds. We are now showing Class 17 natural colored wethers. Natural colored wether exhibitors, if you were first or second in your division, we will be showing for champion and reserve champion natural colored wether at the conclusion of Class 17. So we will make that first intermediate call to get those first and seconds to the holding ring. We will show for natural colored champion and reserve immediately following this class. Our results of Class 16. 10th goes to Ashton Gaskins. 9th, Carly Reel. 8th, Weston Ream. 7th, Sam Smillen. 6th, Jaden Herzog. 5th, Allison Sandy. 4th, Audrey Collins. 3rd, Hudson Franklin. 2nd goes to Clay Randall from Canute, Oklahoma. And 1st in Class 16 goes to Hayes Henderson, Kilmichael, Mississippi. If you would, as we dismiss those along the rails, show your appreciation and let's give them a round of applause. We will show for champion and reserve natural color at the conclusion of this class. We're now showing class 17 natural colored wethers. We need to be getting those first and seconds to the RSG holding area. Gonna make that last and final call for all those first and seconds in our natural color divisions. If you were first or second in a natural colored class, you need to be in the RSG holding ring at this time, or you need to be on your way. That will be class 13, 14, 15, and 16. Oxford's class 18. We will make that first warning call. We will start the Oxford division at the conclusion of our natural color division. That is class 18. Oxford's weighing 113 to 153.
Really a good way to finish up our natural division, and we got one that sorts himself to the top fairly easy in this class for me. One that is just really cracked open. He's open in his rib cage. He's big backed. He's big loined and big in his upper hip and real level. Big old stifle shape. Still good and correct there through his chest floor. Really nice place to start off this class. Young ladies, weather here in second. This is the biggest ended one that I think's been through here today. This one's rump, hip, it's just explosive. You get up on him, he's got a big old rack, and yet when you view him from the side, he still keeps his old chest tucked up in him, good enough for me. And this one falls into second just on sheer power. As we get into third, one that's built very correctly. This one's got a big old wide square loin in him. He's good in his design. When we get this one propped up, he runs uphill. His flank is right in him, big-legged. He just don't have the overall mass of them two ahead of him. Same way here as we roll into fourth, one that's a good outline sheep that just gets overpowered in terms of sheer mass and shape to compete with them at the top. As we roll into fifth, one that gets a little bit plainer in terms of his look, a little bit lower in terms of his front end, but one that's got some width and some power. Nice place to finish here in these naturals. Looking forward to getting all of our class winners back out here for the drive.
Okay, if you would, we're going to bring those class winners out as I announce them. In class 13, our class representing our class winner is Cade Schaefer from Texas. Class 14 is Landry Lane, also from Texas. In class 15, Laya Kephart, Indiana. In class 16, Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. In our heavyweight division, from Class 17, Micah Elliott from Oklahoma. As we bring out those seconds in those divisions, in Class 13, Gracie Joe Newsom, Texas. Our second in Class 14 is Hayden Bryant, Ohio. In Class 15, our second place representative is McKenna Hurley, Oklahoma. In Class 16, our second place is Clay Randall, Oklahoma. And in our last division, in our natural color division, from Class 17, second place is represented by Callie Nelson, Minnesota. We're now selecting your champion and reserve champion natural color market lamb. Make that second call for Oxford Weathers, Class 18. Oxford Weathers weighing 113 to 153. Class 18, Oxford Weathers to the RSG Makeup Arena. Last call for Class 18 Oxford Weathers, weighing 113 to 153 to the holding ring. Last call, Oxford Weathers, Class 18 to the holding ring.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all these natural exhibitors today. This set of blue sheep that's come through the ring has been phenomenal. I think when we get all of our firsts and seconds out here in the ring and get to studying on them, I think it boils down to there's 3 of these class winners and a second, and trying to figure out which way we're going to go with them. But I think them 4 sheep kind of separate themselves from the rest of them on this race, and I'll go ahead and talk about each of them. And the young lady here out of Class 2, I didn't hide nothing in that class when I said that one won the class from the time he stepped in the ring until it was over, and never once did I deviate from that. And this one is very, very high quality. Skeletal quality is tremendous. He balances extremely good. I think he's short-bladed. His chest is tucked up in him. That big old back in him, square loin, big upper hip, big stifled. Just a really, really good one out of Class 2. You sit there and you ask yourself, I asked her what he weighed, and he weighs 142, and you sit there and scratch your head because he looks little out here. I'll be the first to admit I thought he looked little, but 142 is plenty big enough in my mind. We get here into class 4, and we had a pair of them in that class that were really, really good. I used the young man that had the one that was just a notch taller in terms of his shoulder blade, and really expressive racked and really shapely stifled, and got out and traveled extremely good. Maybe needed to be just a tick bigger out of his upper pin set, and maybe just a notch leveler, but man, this one is high quality. And that one that was second in that class, probably the shapeliest backed one, as good a handling one has come through here all day long. Maybe just not quite as stout featured as a couple of these others that we've had come through. And we get to our heavyweight sheep, one that's really cracked open and big backed and wide and bold in his rib. Just a little bit plainer in terms of his touch and handle, a little bit plainer in terms of his genuine width, but one that is enormous out of his upper hip and big stifled, really high quality sheep. I just wish this one possessed a few more of maybe the wows that a couple of these others do. But I guess when it comes down to it, there's one of them that I think's a bad dude. That young lady out of Class 2 is going to be your champion.
Our champion natural colored weather comes from Class 14, Landry Lane from Texas.
We pull our second place from that class, and he definitely fits in the lineup out here, one that's cracked open through his chest and got some width and some power. But there's another one that hit me real hard. Young man in the purple is going to be your reserve natural.
Our reserve natural colored weather comes from Class 16, Hayes Henderson, Mississippi.
There's a lot of progress has been made. The fact that most everybody enters online, there is no paper entry forms anymore. So that's a long way from them little entry cards that we had in 1980, where every animal was on an entry card. And I can still remember somebody dropping a box of entry cards. They'd already been put in order, and they got all mixed up. You had to go through them all and resort them by hand, where when you got them on the computer, you just push a button and it resorts it. It's a big difference.
If you would, let's bring that Class 18 Oxford Weathers to the ring at this time. These lambs weigh 113 to 153 pounds. We're now showing Class 18 Oxford Weathers. Our results from Class 17 Natural Colored Weathers. 10th, Ava Hedinger. 9th, Madison Braun. 8th, Emma Kretzwell. 7th, Austin Gall. 6th, Caroline Mattingly. 5th, Kennedy Mitchell. 4th, Cash Adams. 3rd, Hadley Broadwater. 2nd, Callie Nelson, New Richland, Minnesota. And the winner of Class 17, Micah Elliott from Calumet, Oklahoma. We are now showing Class 18 Oxford Weathers. If we can get the exhibitors of the champion and reserve champion Dorper market lambs to come to the announcer stand, we have your rosettes. And if we can get the exhibitor of the reserve champion AOB to come to the announcer stand, we have your rosette. Going to make that first call for class 19 Oxford Weathers. First call, class 19 Oxford Weathers. Weathers weighing 154 to 180 pounds. If you would, take the opportunity to put your hands together and appreciate the young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. Going to make that second call for Oxford Weathers, weighing 154 to 180, class 19, to the RSG Holding Arena. Second call, class 19, Oxford Weathers, weighing 154 to 180 pounds, to the Holding Arena.
All right.
So what you? Going to make last call for Class 19 Oxford Weathers weighing from 154 to 180 pounds to the holding ring. Final call for Class 19 Oxford Weathers weighing 154 to 180 pounds to the holding ring. Exhibitors and moms and dads, if you are interested in selling your lambs, they are buying those lambs at the loading dock. It is located out of overhead door E16 by pillar C4. They are paying $1.60 a pound. So if you are done with these lambs and you would like to sell them direct, go through overhead door E16 and they are paying $1.60 a pound. Nice way to start off our Oxford division. Young lady that's going to win the class, got one that's really good designed and built. This one from a structural standpoint is very, very square on its feet and legs. It's tall shouldered, it's good ribbed. Is it the most powerful one in the class? Probably not, but just balances the best of these in the top 5 and still has enough muscle for me here today. The one we get here in the second probably has a little more explosion of muscle down his back. He's wider. He's bolder in terms of his rib shape. He's just not as neat build up through his front end design as what our class winner is. Young man here in third, this one just not wanting to work for him today. And I really think on another given day, if this thing gets to firing off and driving, maybe he works himself up into the top end. But it's just hard to get a true read on him. He wants to get a little bit lower in terms of his front end and a little bit rounder out of his hip. But you get your hands on him, and he's got a big old square back and a big old rib cage in him. Very nice wide-made sheep there in third. Young lady here in fourth, one that is just kind of a meat and potatoes kind of a sheep. Just very solid. He's wide, he's square, he's got good touch. Is there anything that just really wows you about him? I don't know that there is, but he's just very, very solid. That's where he falls into in this class. Gets beat by a few of them that have a few more of the extras, but a really nice one there in the fourth. As we get into fifth, we get one that's just a notch too long for me. If we could change the way this one's old neck comes out of his shoulder, shorten him up in terms of his length of body. But one that's got a good look, maybe smooth him up. A real nice sheep to fall into fifth. Really nice class to start off this Oxford division. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. If you would, let's go ahead and bring that Class 19 Oxford Wethers to the ring at this time. These lambs weigh 154 to 180 pounds. We're now showing Class 19 Oxford Wethers. Our results from Class 18 Oxford Wethers. 10th goes to Morgan Van Sleedel. 9th goes to Isel Freehoff. 8th goes to Alex Remington. 7th, Chloe Nichols. 6th, Madeline Baines. 5th, Tristan Solopek. 4th, Brinley Bollinger. 3rd, Carson Schaefer. 2nd, Kaylee Kaspersky from Michigan. And first goes to Ava Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. We're now showing Class 19 Oxford Wethers. If you're just joining us today, our judge is Jason Simpson from Alt, Colorado, the owner of Simpson Livestock. We will show for Champion Oxford at the conclusion of Class 19. So those first and second place, those two first and second placing lambs from Class 18 will make that first call. You'll need to be ringside and ready at the conclusion of this Class 19 Oxford Wethers. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. Going to make that second call for the first and second place sheep out of Class 18. We will be picking our champion in reserve Oxford at the conclusion of Class 19. Going to make that first call for Shropshire Weathers, Class 20. Shropshire Weathers weighing from 108 pounds to 149 pounds. Going to make that final call for those two lambs in Class 18. For our champion Oxford Drive, you need to be ringside and ready. Also going to make the second call for our Shropshires. Shropshire Weathers, Class 20, lambs weighing 108 pounds to 149 pounds. Second call, Class 20, Shropshire Weathers, weighing 108 pounds to 149 pounds. Second call.
Really nice way to finish up our Oxford division, and we got a pair of them here at the top of this deal. I think are very high quality. Young lady that's going to win the class. This one does so in terms of structural quality. This is the bigger footed, the stouter structured one. He's the squarest of them two, tallest shouldered. Really props up and gives you a good look from the side, and you get your hands on him, you're definitely not disappointed. Young man here in second, this one is wide. He's opened up in his center body. He gets a little bit deeper. His old neck don't come out quite right out of the top of his shoulder, but a really nice one there to fall into second. As we get into third, we get one that gets a little bit piecier in terms of his top line. His whole hip loin doesn't tie together just exactly right. He's maybe not quite as stout structured as them ahead of him, but one that's got some shape to his rack. He's got some shape to his stifle. Just a really nice place for him to fall into third. As we get into fourth and fifth, a couple of them that are just a little bit plainer in terms of their build. If we could change them up through their shoulders and the front ends, I think maybe we could move them up to be a little more competitive. But a really nice way to finish up these Oxfords. Looking forward to the final drive.
In our first division of our Oxford Drive, our class winner in Class 18 is represented by Ava Schroyer, Ohio. Our class winner in Class 19 is represented by Laurel Christopher, Georgia. Our representative For our second place lamb in Class 18 is Kaylee Kaspersky. And our second place in Class 19 is Hunter Burns, Ohio. We are now selecting our champion and reserve champion Oxford Market Lamb.
Really high quality set of Oxfords here today. Just 2 classes, but the quality's been very, very good. There's one of them here for me that I think does things to another level in terms of skeletal build and edginess down its top line and loin, and big out of its upper pin set. Your lightweight's going to be your champion. As we look at bring our second place in here for reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer, and we got some decisions to make. This second place, we talked about him in class about how he was the power sheep of them, and he's extremely wide made and really cracked open, maybe not quite as neat design. And then we got one here that follows type and kind, very similar to our champion, one that's build is very good, and he's still got a good handle. Your heavyweight's going to go ahead and be your reserve champion.
Our champion Oxford comes from Class 18, represented by Ava Schroyer, Ohio. Our reserve champion comes from Class 19, Laurel Christopher from Georgia. If you would, please bring that Class 20 Shropshire Weathers weighing 108 to 149 to the ring at this time. We are now showing Class 20 Oxford Weathers. Our placings from Class 19, Oxford Weathers. 10th goes to Austin Anderson. 9th, Cade Caden Parks. 10th, Amy Geary. 7th, Alex Ripe. 6th, Carson Newrup. 5th, Laney Pop. 4th, Case Williams. 3rd, Caitlin McMillan. 2nd, Hunter Burns, Greenville, Ohio. And first in our reserve champion Oxford goes to Laurel Christopher, Cleveland, Georgia. If you would, please put your hands together as we dismiss those young people from along the rail. First call for Class 21 Shropshire Weathers weighing 150 to 184 pounds. First call, Shropshire Weathers, Class 21, weights 150 to 184 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Make that second call for Class 21 Shropshire Weathers weighing 150 to 184 pounds. Second call, Shropshire Weathers, Class 21 to the RSG holding area. Final call for Class 21 Shropshire Weathers weighing 150 to 184 pounds to the RSG holding area. Final call, Class 21 Shropshire Weathers weighing 150 to 184 pounds. At the conclusion of Class 21, we will pick our champion and reserve champion, Shropshire Weathers.
Really a high quality way to start off this Shropshire division, and these top 3, 4, 5 are very high caliber sheep. You could jumble these things several different ways depending on where you lay your priorities, and I've really had them jumbled several different ways in my own mind, just trying to figure out what is the right thing to do. And the one I keep coming back to that combines the right look from the side, combines the right touch. This sheep is very terminal in his muscle shape. He's very hard and very trim, handles very good. You get up on him, he's really wild in terms of his rib shape and body shape. The young lady here wins the class. The Mack truck comes into second. This one is a wide-made dude and handles phenomenal. His back is enormous, his hip is enormous, his stifle's big. My issue with this one, he doesn't balance good enough on the side. I'd like to change his shoulder point and set just a little, tuck his old front end up in him just a notch, maybe drop his flank just a notch. But if you like him wide, stout, and thick, this one here in second's for you. The one here in third is probably the one that is the hardest for me to beat, because I had this one. This is the way I like them to look from the side. This one is the shallowest. This one is the wildest bodied. He's big-footed. You get your hands on him, he's very complete. My problem with this one's when we put him in motion. He just does not get out and reach with them rear two with the same authority that the two ahead of him do in this class. Really nice sheep here in third. Young man here in fourth. This one props up extremely good. He gets out and goes. This one, when I truly get on him and study him, he is the flattest in terms of his muscle shape down his top of the top four. As we get into fifth, we get into one that wants to run downhill just a little bit, but very terminal, handles very, very hard in terms of his muscle shape. Really nice class of Shropshires here to start off. Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors.
If you would, let's bring that Class 21 Shropshire Wethers to the ring at this time. These lambs weigh 150 to 184 pounds. We are currently showing Class 21 Oxford Wethers. Those class winners from Class 20, please take first call. We will show for our champion Shropshire at the conclusion of Class 21. Our results from our Shropshire Class 20. 10th goes to Kinsey Henderson. 9th, Carson Norup. 8th, Kaysen Bowman. 7th, Micah Elliott. 6th, Kaysen Bowman. 5th, Breland Bryant. 4th, Marshall Miller. 3rd, Allison Sandy. 2nd goes to Kobe Scroggins, Moore, Oklahoma. And our class winner goes to Whitney Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. Again, we will be selecting our champion in reserve, Shropshire Wether, at the conclusion of the class currently in the ring, Class 21 Shropshire Wethers. If you have lambs that you want to sell direct, they are buying lambs at the dock. You will go out overhead door E16. They are by pillar C4. They are paying $1.60 a pound. If you were classified out today, they will repost those crossbred classes so that you will be included in tomorrow's show program. So if you were classified out today, they will repost those show classes by tomorrow morning so that you know what class you are in. Wade Warnock. Wade Warnock. They are looking for you. You need to go to the tenant pen as soon as possible. Wade Warnock, you need to go to the tenant pen as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please put your hands together and show your appreciation for the young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. Going to make that first call for those Southdown Weathers, Class 22. First call, Southdown Weathers, Class 22. Those lambs weighing 99 to 136 pounds. I am making the second call for our Class 20 class winner and second for our champion Shropshire Drive. Final call for those 2 lambs from Class 20, our class winner and our second place. You need to be in the holding ring. We do need our first and second place from Class 20 so that we can show for our champion and reserve champion, Shropshire Weather, at the conclusion of Class 21. We'll make the second call for Southdown Weathers, weighing 99 to 136 pounds. Second call, Southdown Weathers, Class 22, weighing 99 to 136 pounds to the RSG holding ring.
Really a nice place to finish up our Shropshire division, and this one that starts this class, he is the shallowest there through his chest and through his shoulder plate. He is the most terminal in terms of his muscle shape. It has a tremendous handle. Just a really nice place to start off this class. Young man here in second, this one is probably the most muscular of the top 5 out here. He is big backed, he is big rumped. This one just has too much shoulder in him for me. I'd like to change where that lays in him. But if we can fix that, I think that one can push our class winner a long ways. The one that is the tallest fronted, coolest outlined one probably lands here in the third. This one just doesn't have the power that them 2 above him have. This one is big loined with a big stifle shape. He runs out of power out of the upper side of his tail head and out of his rack shape to be any higher. Young lady here in fourth, one that is a level-made, good design kind of sheep, really square at the ground. This one's starting to get a little excess condition on him, a little soggier. He's getting a little plainer and deeper up through that front end. If we can change him a couple little things, I think we can move him up as well. We got one here in the fifth that maybe runs a little bit downhill. His old neck don't come out quite right, but he has a big old back, big-footed and boned. Nice sheep to finish out our top 5. Let's put our hands together for these Shropshire exhibitors.
At this time, we will bring in our first and seconds from Class 20 and 21, 20 and 21. Our class winner in our first Shropshire division comes from Class 20, Whitney Williams, Minnesota. Our class winner from Class 21 comes from Hadley Broadwater, Indiana. Second from Class 20 comes from Kobe Scroggins, Oklahoma. And second in Class 21 comes from William Hendrickson, Ohio. We are now showing for our champion in reserve, Shropshire Weather. Thank you. Going to make that last call for Class 22, Southdown Weathers. Southdown Weathers weighing 99 to 136 pounds. Last call for Class 22, Southdown Weathers. You need to be in the RSG holding ring.
Really a nice division of Shropshires here today, and we talk about these two classes. And that first class we had, that pair of them that weren't necessarily the most similar kind, but one that had the right look and still had the terminal muscle shape to win and the right touch, and really Wilder in terms of his rib and body. And then our second place, we talked about that one just being a Mack truck and being so opened up, and you get your hands on him. He's so explosive down his top side of his skeleton and out of his upper pin set and hip. And is he neat enough there through his chest floor and shoulder? I don't know if he is or not, but that's the only area that concerns me just a little bit. We get to our heavy class, and we got a class winner that is real shallow, and balance is very good from the side and still has some terminal muscle shape as well. Really patterns our class 1 sheep very well. The second place out of that heavy class, one that's just a little thicker, a little deeper, but lots of width and lots of power. I guess the two that really fit together the best for me, young lady with the lightweight's going to be champion, heavyweight's going to be reserve.
Our champions, Shropshire Weather, comes from Class 20, Whitney Williams, Minnesota. Our reserve champion comes from Class 21, Hadley Broadwater, Indiana. We are now bringing in Class 22, Southdown Weathers. These Weathers weigh 99 to 136 pounds. We are now showing Class 22, Southdown Weathers. Our results from Class 21, Shropshire Weathers. 10th goes to Greeley Eastep. 9th, Brayson Brandt. 8, Holly Howard. 7, Kinsey Menon. 6, Reese Howe. 5th, Colton Niemeyer. 4th, Rayleigh Zapalek. 3rd, Brinley Bullinger. 2nd, William Hendrickson, Bedwell, Ohio. And our class winner and reserve overall, Shropshire Weather, comes from Hallie Broadwater, Crawfordsville, Indiana. We are now showing Class 22, Southdown Weathers. First call for Southdown Weathers, Class 23. Those weathers weighing 137 to 197. First call, Class 23, Southdown Weathers, 137 to 197 to the RSG holding ring. If you would, please put your hands together as we dismiss those young people along the rail in our first Southdown division. Second call, Class 23, Southdown Weathers, weighing 137 to 197 to the holding ring. Second call, Southdown Weathers, Class 23, Weathers weighing 137 to 197 to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that final call for Class 23 Southdown Market Lambs. You need to be in the RSG holding ring. Those lambs weigh 137 to 197. That is Class 23 Southdown Market Lambs. You need to be in the holding ring at this time.
what a way to start off this Southdown division. These top 5, I think, are really, really high quality individuals, and it gets really close for me between this top pair of them, and they're at a little different stages in terms of where they're at as far as maturity goes. But this one that wins the class, I think, is the best built one from the side. I think he's the neatest up there through his chest and shoulder design. He gets out and goes. He's the soundest moving one. Is he the most powerful muscled one? No, but you get your hands up on there, and he's still got some width. His rib shape's correct. His hips big. His stifle shape's big. Feet and legs good. Really, really good one here to start the class off with. The one here in second, I probably had in my mind winning the class here for most of this deal, and he's a lot more farther along as far as maturity goes. You get your hands on him, he's extremely hard handling, and he's really shapely, muscled. But I think this one just gets a notch flatter in terms of his rib cage, gets a notch deeper up there through his chest plate in comparison to our class winner, but one that's got a ton of terminal shape and muscle and really handles very, very good. Young ladies weather here in third, I think really patterns our second place weather extremely close. One that's a notch longer bodied in terms of his overall design. He's level made, maybe wants to run downhill just a little bit. That just doesn't have the overall shape and muscle of what our second place has, but a really nice place for this one to fall into third. The wildest muscled, wildest handling one falls into fourth. This one's got a big old grooved up back. He's square, really edgy, a lot of shape through his stifle. This one's problem is when we set him in motion. He just doesn't get out and go off of both ends near as good as them ahead of him. He's a little straighter up front, wants to get a little bit rounder out of that hip when we set him in motion. But just in terms of width, power, and touch, this one wins the class. Young lady here in fifth, a really good designed one that's got some width. He's got some muscle. He's a little bit flatter in terms of his muscle shape in comparison to them ahead of him, and he's starting to carry a little bit more condition here today. But really an outstanding class of Southdowns here to start off with. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
If you would, let's bring that Class 23 Southdown Weathers to the ring at this time. These Southdown Weathers weigh 137 pounds to 197 pounds. We're now showing Class 23 Southdown Weathers. At the conclusion of this class, we will pick our champion and reserve champion Southdown Weather. So we'll make that initial call for that first and second pair from the previous class. You need to be on the alert. We will make a second and final call before we have you come in for your champion drive. Exhibitors, mothers and fathers, if you are interested in selling your lambs direct, they are buying those lambs at the loading dock. You can go out door E16. It is by pillar C4. They are giving $1.60 a pound. If you would, let's put our hands together as we dismiss those young people along the rail and show them our appreciation. Going to make that first call for class 24, Suffolk Weathers. First call for class 24, Suffolk Weathers, weighing 105 to 170 pounds. We'll make that second call for that first and second class 22, the first and second Southdown Weather. We will pick our champion in reserve, Southdown Weather, immediately following class 23. We'll make that second call for Suffolk Weathers, class 24. Second call, Suffolk Weathers, class 24. We will pick our champion in reserve, champion Southdown Weather, at the conclusion of this class. Our results of Class 22 Southdown Weathers. 10th, Sophia Tesler. 9th, Karsten Stephenson. 8th, Alex Black. 7, Kale DeSiebe. 6, Hallie Lechner. 5th, Opal Ryan. 4th, Cole Bynum. 3rd, Laney Allen. 2nd, Lindsay Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. And 1st goes to Staten Silvers, Junction, Texas.
Nice way to finish up our Southdown division. Maybe not the depth that we've had in the previous classes here today, but I think we got a pair of them up here at the top that handle extremely good. They're fresh in terms of their touch. The class winner has some rack shape to him. He's got a big stifle shape to him. He is the tallest at the point of his shoulder. He's probably the neatest there in the base of his chest floor as well. Really nice place to start with. Young lady here in second, one that's extremely hard handling. Got some shape through its stifle, big backed, gets a little bit flatter in terms of his rib cage in comparison to our class winner, but a really nice one there to fall into second. As we get into third, one that's got a little more turn to his rib cage. He's big footed, he's big legged, he's level made. He's just not as neat built up through his front end. He's not as trim handling as the two ahead of him here in this class. We get into fourth, we get one that's maybe a little bit neater through his chest floor. This one just runs out of power from behind. He tapers there through his tail head, gets a little flatter in terms of his muscle shape. As we get into fifth, another one that we set this one in motion, and you may like him as well as any of them in the class out there on the move. Is extremely sound moving. He's level built. This one's just starting to carry too much condition for me, and I don't think has enough true muscle shape and power to compete at the top end. Really nice way to finish up our Southdowns. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors.
We'll now pick our champion Southdown and reserve champion Southdown overall weather. Representing Class 22, our class winner comes from Staten Silvers, Texas. Representing Class 2023, our class winner comes from Hunter Burns, Ohio. Our second representative in Class 22 comes from Lindsay Williams, Minnesota. And our second representative in Class 23 comes from Mackenzie Hoekstra, California. We're now selecting our champion and reserve champion, Southdown Weather.
Really an outstanding Southdown class here today, and just the two classes that we had one of them classes that was extremely deep and very high quality down through 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place. There's a lot of sheep in that class that I think can go on and do a lot of good depending on where their endpoints are. And then we got a class of heavier weight sheep that maybe a lot of them things there have seen their better days, and they're kind of have been maxed out and maybe a notch past their prime. With that being said, your lightweights are going to be your champion and reserve Southdown.
Our champion Southdown comes from Staten Silvers, Texas. Our reserve champion comes from Lindsey Williams, Minnesota. We are now entering the ring with our Class 24 Suffolk Wethers. These wethers weigh 105 to 170 pounds. What are y'all grinning about? Our results of Class 23 Southdown Wethers. 10th goes to Tim Hamilton. 9th, Andrew Bridges. 8th, Paul Reimer. 7, William Gozzard. 6, Annie Lee Bagwell. 5th, Isel Freehoff. 4th, Landry Krieger. 3rd, Nora Jackson. 2nd, Mackenzie Hoekstra, Oakdale, California. And our class winner goes to Hunter Burns, Greenville, Ohio. We are now showing our last and final class of the day, Class 24 Suffolk Wethers.
See how many of these are going to get classed out.
Well, it kind of feels like finishing up the day with a class of 4 at a livestock judging contest. That let's commend these exhibitors for doing their homework and selecting these animals that'll fit the breed characters of the Suffolk breed. And I think with that said, we've got one of them out here that really is a high quality individual. He's big backed, he's rounded in terms of his rib cage, really square out of his upper pin set, got a lot of stifle. A really nice one here to start off this Suffolk division. As we get into our second place one, one that follows him in terms of type and kind, and in terms of being the next most opened up in his rib cage. You get up on him, he doesn't have the mass of what our class winner has, but he's still wide and he's square and got the foundation for that to lay there. But a really nice place for that one to fall into second. As we get into third, we get one that just gets a little bit flatter in comparison to our top 2 in the class. We'd like to bust him open, maybe make him a little bit neater there through his shoulder plate to get him up to compete. Then we got a really long-bodied, eye-appealing one that falls here into fourth. This one's just too flat in terms of his center body cavity for me, but really nice set of Suffolks. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors as we finish out the day.
Our results for our Suffolk division: 4th, Case Williams; 3rd, Reese Wilkins. Our reserve champion is Delaney Dute from Worcester, Ohio. And our champion comes from Caitlin Chabot, Wheelock, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the conclusion of our show today. We will continue tomorrow at 8 a.m. with our crossbreds. We'll start with the white-faced crosses. If you were sifted out of a class today, they will repost those classes later tonight or in the morning so that you know which